Then let's go to share screen. Argentina close, please. Argentina.
Hello, hello. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Hello, hello.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to share now?
अच्छा वो जब बोलेंगे ना तो सुन लेना, जो वो कहेंगे वो कर देना।
हो गया यार, वो अच्छे से
सचिन जी ये कर देना।
नहीं आ जाती है 2 चीजें इसको अंदर
नहीं आ रही है।
अरे वाली का देखो
आएंगे आएंगे आएंगे
वाली आती है 2 चीजें डेली हमेशा रहती है 2 चीजें भाई देखो ना निकालने जाओ
बस इतना बहुत है। आप हटो ना, आपको आगे बढ़ो। बस ठीक है,
भाई तो आगे जाएगी
बहुत है।
ये बागी इधर से बागी है नहीं लगे यार
हेलो हेलो हेलो
ये काम पे नहीं करो
हेलो
निकाल के ये करो
हेलो 1 2 3 4
तो स्पीड वगैरह सबको खा लो सर परमिशन रूम में डाली है
हाँ डरी तो सब करो सब इसलिए होगी
बीसी वाले में।
हाँ
लेट 15 मिनट
हाँ दे दिया मैंने
सागर
नोट
सर जी को बुलाना सर जी को बुलाना मेरे फोन पे
membres qui sont obligés de répéter. Démutés en mode partage. Ils sont démutés. Donc, hello? I will come to you in a second. Yeah, we should say also just give us a few minutes. Thank you. Seychelles, can you turn your audio on? Could you move Alison here a little bit? Distance. Could you move Jamie here a little bit so that the distance between me and her is just.
आइए इधर आइए, ये जो पीछे कमरे में।
Seychelles, are you okay with your volume? Seychelles, if not, please go off, stop sharing, and then come later. Then. Okay, I need to go to Argentina. Could you please?
पॉलिटिकल भी तो देखो ना, मुझे
Yes, hello,
तो बाद में बाहर निकल के उसमें
I can see you now. Please, would you like to try and share?
Yes. अच्छा सर। Let's again that you are not sharing
You can share now. You are co-host. Please share.
Which close which one? Like this? Oh, you can see your sleep. No, I mean, yeah, but where are we? Oh, there we are. So that's great. The yes, you're
my
दशमेश जी तेरा कोई सानी नहीं देखा, कुर्बानियों के पंथ का बानी नहीं देखा, बानी नहीं देखा। दशमेश जी तेरा कोई सानी नहीं देखा, कुर्बानियों के पंथ का बानी नहीं देखा, बानी नहीं देखा। वाकलगी वाले चिड़ियों से तू बाज तुड़ाया, वाकलगी वाले चिड़ियों से तू बाज तुड़ाया, रण में तू 1.25 से था एक लड़ाया, रण में तू 1.25 से था एक लड़ाया। सरबंस को कुर्बान किया मजलूम की खातिर,
into your toggle.
Laurent, ils sont YouTube d'écouter. Démutés en mode partage. Ils sont démutés.
Hello? I will talk to you in a second. Yeah, we should still also just give us a few minutes. Thank you. Seychelles, can you take your audio on? Could you move Alison here a bit? Distance. Could you move Jimmy a little bit so that the distance between me and her is just.
आइए इधर आइए, ये जो पीछे कमरे में।
2,600 doses of Ebola vaccine and 2,000 cartridges for testing. WHO continues supporting DRC in tackling Ebola, as well as responding to COVID-19 and the world's largest measles outbreak. Coming back to COVID-19, more than 6 million cases have been reported to WHO, with more than 375,000 deaths. More than 100,000 cases of COVID have been reported to WHO nearly each day this past week. The Americans continue to account for the most cases. For several weeks, the number of cases reported from the Americas has been more than the rest of the world put together. In Central and South America, many countries are witnessing accelerating epidemics. And although the numbers are much smaller, there are increasing numbers of cases in Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, and Africa. The number of cases in Europe continues to decline. Yesterday, Europe reported the fewest cases since 18th of March. But as I have said many times, without proper safeguards and monitoring, there is the real threat of resurgence. WHO is paying particular attention to vulnerable populations and fragile and conflict-affected countries. We have now seen the first COVID-19 death among the Rohingya refugees, and we are also working hard in Yemen for so many years. Last week alone, WHO and WFP airlifted over 34,000 kilograms of medicines and medical supplies, including over 6.5 tons of COVID-19 PPE and lab diagnostics. This is preparing another round of over 7 tons of PPE and 18 tons of medicines. We will continue to do everything we can to serve the people of Yemen, even as COVID-19 rages, and would like to appreciate Saudi Arabia for the pledging conference this week to support the response. As I did last week, I would like to highlight several new pieces of guidance that WHO has produced in the past week, and which we urge countries to use. A new phase report form for suspected cases of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, operational guidance on maintaining essential health services, guidance on controlling the spread of COVID-19 at ground crossings, ethical considerations for the use of digital technologies in tracking COVID-19, and planning recommendations for mass gatherings. This updated guidance is designed to help organizations determine how and when mass gatherings can safely resume. We have updated our risk assessment tool so that organizations can score each risk factor and control measure, which results in an overall risk score. Organizations then make the decision on how best to proceed. Meanwhile, WHO continues to train millions of health workers all over the world to apply our guidance. One WHO online learning platform has registered 3 million enrollments for our courses on COVID-19. And I hope you will encourage your health workers to continue to be enrolled and use the opportunity. In the past week, we launched COVID-19 courses in several languages, in Amharic, Arabic, French, Hausa, Macedonian, Odia, Spanish, and Vietnamese. As you know, last week, the executive group of the Solidarity Trial decided to implement a temporary pause of the hydroxychloroquine arm of the trial because of serious concerns raised about the safety of the trial. This decision was taken as a precaution while the safety data were reviewed. The Data Safety and Monitoring Committee of the Solidarity Trial has been reviewing the data since both last week. On the basis of the available mortality data in the review, the members of the committee recommended that there are no reasons to modify the trial protocol. The executive group received this recommendation and endorsed the continuation of all arms of solidarity trial, including hydroxychloroquine. The executive group communicated with the principal investigators in the trial about resuming the hydroxychloroquine arm of trial. The Data Safety and Monitoring Committee will continue to closely monitor the safety of all therapeutics being tested in the solidarity trial. So far, more than 3,500 patients have been recruited in 35 countries. As you can see, WHO is active on many fronts, and we will continue to work day and night to serve the world with science, solutions, and solidarity. Thank you all for your support and commitment, and we look forward to hearing from you. And once again, I would like to thank the ministers of Malta, Argentina, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, United Arab Emirates, and Seychelles for agreeing to present their experience today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, TG. And it's my honour to invite His Excellency Honourable Christopher Fern, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of State for Health of Malta, to provide the first presentation. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
You all hear me, and you can I have my slides up? Great. So I presume you're hearing me and that you can see my slides. So Malta is an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, population of about 500,000, 500,000, and at any one time, 200,000 tourists on the island, slightly more than that, or rather more than that, during the summer months. So our healthcare services cater, on average, for about 750,000 people at any one time. And as you can see from the slide, it's a densely populated island with people living close together. So we've had our first case of COVID-19 in the beginning of March. 7th March, imported from abroad, as you would expect. In a small island, that would be people who come from abroad. And it was steady. If you concentrate on the red line, those are the active, the thick red line, those are the active cases. So over the course of about 6 weeks, we had a steady increase in cases, peaking towards the middle of April, and then coming down again towards the first week of May. We had a small, we wouldn't really call it a second wave, but we had a small ripple towards the middle of May, and now it's come down again. It's almost, so active cases are now very, very limited. Over the last 24 hours, we didn't register any new cases, and we've had about 4 or 5 days over the last week where we have no new cases registered at all. So we are in a good state, in a good position when it comes to new cases, which has given us the opportunity to start releasing some of the measures that we introduced over the last few months. In fact, if you look at this, it's a busy slide, you don't need to read all of it, of course. And towards the beginning of the pandemic, we introduced at an early stage travel bans and social distancing measures, so closure of schools, shelters, centres, churches. To enforce over the period of the whole pandemic. I have to say that we had very good response from the general public. So we protected about a third of the population, between a fourth and a third of the population who we deemed to be vulnerable. So people over 65 years of age and those who have chronic diseases. And we actually paid these people to stay home. So we gave a quarantine supplement, a quarantine payment for people to stay away from work during the period of the pandemic. And over the last few days now, we started to release, over the last few weeks, we started to release some of the measures that we introduced. Testing was a big thing for us, so we tested extensively, close to 15,000 tests per 100,000 population. Initially, we tested according to case definition, and as we ramped up our lab and testing hub facilities, we went over towards symptomatic patients, and then towards the end of the curve, we started to test extensively non-symptomatic or asymptomatic patients. So if you look at the blue bars, those are the symptomatic cases. Towards the end of the pandemic, because we're testing a lot more asymptomatic patients, the asymptomatic positive patients have increased as a proportion. So about a fourth of all our patients, of all our positive cases, have been asymptomatic. And basically, this is what we've done. We've increased gradually measures over the first few months. We didn't have a complete lockdown, so people continued to go to work at all stages. Of course, we had a travel ban, and there was social distancing rigorously applied, and we quarantined our vulnerable people and our elderly population. And now we started to release a lot of these measures. So shops are open again, restaurants, bars will be opening. Tomorrow. Restaurants have opened over the last few weeks. Childcare is back again tomorrow. Travel will be opening on the 1st of July on a limited scale, with defined countries where the R factor and the rate of new cases is similar or better than ours, which is so countries where we can have faith that testing is being done at the same level as we are doing here in Malta. So basically, at a very early stage, what we decided to do is that we decided that we have to provide healthcare in our hospitals and in our ITUs if necessary to all those who require, which meant we needed to decrease the demand, hence the social distancing measures, and of course increase the supply of healthcare facilities as much as possible. So we brought in as many ventilators as we could find. We made sure we had PPEs for all our healthcare workers. We increased the bed capacities of our hospitals, even taking a part of the nearby university of our main teaching hospital and turned that into wards. And we increased the ITU capacity by about 5-fold from what we normally had. Of course, training our staff as we went along. The decrease in demand, which means the social distancing measures, have had and will continue to have an impact on the economy. And of course, we are all aware of the importance of the social determinants of health. So there we need to make sure we get our economy back on its feet as fast as possible, because as you all know, one of the biggest causes of poor healthcare is poverty. And if people are unemployed for long periods of time, there is a risk of going that way. So part of our strategy has to be, and has been from the start, and needs to continue to be, to make sure that as many people as possible remain in employment and that the economy continues to grow as it was growing over the last few years, year and more. And the other part of the scale is, of course, increasing supply, which meant that we had to divert some of our healthcare services from non-COVID to COVID patients. But there again, we need to go back to the non-COVID patients as soon as possible. And practically we have done that over the last few weeks, so now we are back to where we were with the non-COVID services. On the other hand, we've accumulated over the last few weeks a waiting list for surgeries and for certain investigations, which we are now tackling at the level of phase. A pandemic reserve, a permanent pandemic reserve for our healthcare services, in case there is another flare-up of COVID over the next few weeks or months. When we get our influenza season in Southern Europe, it's November to March, just in case there's a double wave of COVID and influenza at the same time. We need to be prepared for that, and to be prepared for other epidemics when they do arise, because they I believe you're trying to come in with something. Okay, I just conclude with one point. So two things. One is that we have to make sure that we have a pandemic reserve, which means that there has to be more investment in the healthcare system over the weeks and months to come. And this can be a good thing because it might be one of the opportunities to kickstart the economy back to the pre-COVID levels. And the second thing that we are worried about is the availability of a vaccine. If it and when it does come onto the market, we need to make sure, and WHO, I believe, has a role to play, and we support WHO wholeheartedly in this and other things, in ensuring that there is universal availability of a vaccine if it does come onto the market. So thank you for this opportunity, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that presentation and those words of encouragement for us collectively. If I could ask all colleagues who are not presenting, if you could ensure that you are muted at your end, that would be appreciated by all participants today. It's now my honour to move to the region of the Americas and to Argentina, and to invite Dr. Carla Bisotti, the Secretary of Access to Health and Vice Minister. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días para Argentina y buenos días para Europa. Muchísimas gracias por el espacio para compartir la experiencia de nuestro país. Argentina es un país federal que tiene 24 constituciones, muy extenso, tiene una diversidad geográfica y cultural y climática importante. Nuestro primer caso confirmado fue el 3 de marzo y muy precozmente en nuestro país, ya el 22 de enero generó una alerta epidemiológica. El 26 de febrero se iniciaron acciones en los aeropuertos. El día 6 de marzo se generaron licencias para quienes llegaban de áreas afectadas. El 12 de marzo, un día después de la declaración de la pandemia, se cerraron espectáculos y eventos. El 15 de marzo se cerraron escuelas. El 16 de marzo se generaron licencias para los grupos en riesgo. Y el 17 de marzo se generaron disposiciones para el transporte público. Y el día 19 de marzo, en un momento realmente muy precoz, menos.
Dr. Bisotti, excuse me.
Yes.
Could we ask that you could please share the full screen of your slide presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
And move slides forward, please.
Please let me know if you are.
Thank you so much.
You are okay now? No?
Yeah, that's fine.
You are okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. Estábamos compartiendo cómo Argentina tomó medidas
what measures Argentina took, and they were very early measures with two main characteristics. On the national that it would have a national ultra-open measures through the presidential decree. Thanks to the presidential decree, we took immediate measures at the same time, all over the country. So we had less than 80 deaths. Even if we had such a few deaths, we did implement all of these measures. When the pandemic was declared on March, on the 20th of March, Argentina started social isolation, lockdown at the national level. And we had interruption of public transport, as well as the lockdown of the external borders. And this is still the case until now. We have been reviewing the state of emergency.
Y en este momento, en el día de ayer, Argentina tiene
in fact, Argentina has more
268
than 19,000 positive cases that have been confirmed and 501 deaths with a mortality of 1.3%. So this is a decrease of 1.
de los departamentos de nuestro país reiniciando actividades en forma progresiva y el 15% que son fundamentalmente 4 ciudades que son aglomerados urbanos importantes que nuclean casi el 50% de la población del país, se encuentran en una situación epidemiológica diferente. En relación con la vigilancia que se está realizando y la respuesta al sistema de salud habitual, Argentina Latinoamérica tiene la particularidad de tener como grupos priorizados desde Argentina los generamos con una mirada diferente a la población originaria, a los barrios populares que tienen una característica que es vivir en contextos de hacinamiento con muchísima dificultad para realizar el distanciamiento social, las instituciones cerradas, los contextos de encierro y las personas que viven en situación de calle fueron 5 poblaciones que se definieron como prioritarias para un abordaje particular. Nosotros observamos en el área metropolitana de Buenos Aires un incremento del número de casos en estos barrios populares que tienen esta dificultad en el seguimiento de las recomendaciones y también dificultades en el acceso a la salud, por lo que se generó una estrategia intensificada que se llama Detectar, que es un dispositivo estratégico de testeo para coronavirus en el territorio de Argentina, que tiene como objetivo la búsqueda activa y la gestión de los casos sospechosos del coronavirus en un área de gran vulnerabilidad social, económica y sanitaria. Y nosotros entendemos que Latinoamérica tiene esa particularidad de diferencia del resto de los países y continentes que han transitado esta pandemia. El detectar tiene 3 ejes: el buscar, el ir casa por casa, identificando casos sospechosos y contactos estrechos con síntomas. El dispositivo genera un centro de testeo en el barrio, el diagnóstico se acerca al barrio, se genera con agentes sanitarios, con promotores de la salud que visitan casa por casa el acompañamiento al centro de testeo para favorecer el acceso al test diagnóstico en un espacio muy cercano al domicilio, que tiene un circuito específico, tiene una modalidad de tener el resultado en el día, se hace un test de PCR de tiempo real, convencional, con un circuito que si se hace antes del mediodía se tiene en el día y si se hace después del mediodía se tiene a primera hora del día siguiente. Y el tercer eje del detectar es cuidar, que es justamente prestar cuidado a esa persona hasta confirmar o descartar el diagnóstico, poder generar el acceso al sistema de salud en caso que sea necesario y esta medida tan necesaria que es el aislamiento para minimizar la transmisión, sobre todo en contextos de hacinamiento y en contextos donde la dificultad para poder cumplir las recomendaciones es realmente muy importante. Este circuito es complementario al sistema de salud habitual y lo que se define es en función de la epidemiología, en función de donde se identifican casos en algún barrio popular o en algún área definida, se genera este dispositivo complementario que busca los casos que cumplan la definición de caso con una definición de caso sensible, ampliada para mejorar justamente la sensibilidad y los contactos estrechos con al menos un síntoma, es una búsqueda activa muy sensibilizada. La otra característica que tiene esta estrategia intensificada es que es una articulación entre el Estado Nacional, cada una de las jurisdicciones, el Estado jurisdiccional, los municipios y cada barrio, cada área geográfica que tiene organizaciones sociales, referentes territoriales, líderes comunitarios, organizaciones libres pueblo, y la Iglesia tiene un rol muy importante en este aspecto, en la organización comunitaria, en la confianza de la comunidad para poder brindar la información, acercarse al centro de testeo y poder trabajar en el sentido de lo que es la vigilancia epidemiológica. Muy importante es que el Estado Nacional y la jurisdicción generan este acompañamiento con móviles sanitarios hacia la evaluación y el acceso del testeo de los casos sospechosos y los contactos estrechos. Este test diagnóstico, que es la PCR en tiempo real, se realiza en el mismo barrio y con este circuito específico que compartimos en relación a que el Laboratorio Nacional de Referencia presta apoyo a la jurisdicción procesando las muestras diarias en el día. En ese contexto, una vez que se hace el hisopado, la persona espera el resultado en el lugar de testeo o en algún centro de aislamiento intermedio, y las personas que tienen resultados positivos, lo que se identifica es si no tienen factores de riesgo, se están derivando a hoteles o a centros de aislamiento secundario, y si tienen algún factor de riesgo o alguna necesidad de atención de mayor complejidad, se deriva a un centro de salud e inmediatamente se inicia la búsqueda activa de sus contactos estrechos para poder identificar los síntomas y estimular el aislamiento. En ese sentido, algunos de los resultados de las búsquedas activas del detectar en los barrios populares, fíjense cómo nosotros en 5 barrios populares de la ciudad de Buenos Aires y 14 barrios populares de la provincia de Buenos Aires, que es en este momento el área que está concentrando el 95% de los casos, nuevos casos confirmados de Argentina. Se evaluaron más de 5.000 personas y se hisoparon más de 5.000 personas y se confirmaron 2.570 casos, en su mayoría leves, con una letalidad menor que la letalidad nacional, que la letalidad promedio de Argentina, pero como una estrategia muy importante para la detección precoz y el aislamiento, y se descartaron apenas la misma cantidad, 2.551 personas, con un 50% de movilidad, y ese porcentaje es lo que definió que se continúe trabajando, intensificando y ampliando el testeo. Esta semana se duplicó el testeo, la posibilidad de testeo para continuar identificando casos y aislándolos para controlar la situación en este área. Y fíjense, finalmente, en relación con los casos confirmados según la fecha de notificación y en los barrios de la ciudad de Buenos Aires al día 2 de junio, cada uno de los colores, el celeste es el barrio Padre Mujica, que es el que tiene el brote más activo, después el resto son el naranja, se llama el siglo XXIV, y el barrio gris es el barrio Richardelli, que son los dos que han tenido más casos, pero si nosotros vemos desde que se inició el operativo, al principio el tiempo de duplicación de casos era muy corto, y en los últimos días se ha estabilizado el número de casos confirmados y se está viendo que el porcentaje de positividades está disminuyendo. Por lo tanto, vamos a seguir trabajando para poder generar estrategias argentinas que se puedan compartir con la región de Latinoamérica a realidades de nuestra región que son diferentes. Nosotros hemos aprendido lecciones del hemisferio norte y de Europa, pero esta experiencia, esta situación social que es más particular de Latinoamérica, no teníamos ese camino andado, así que queríamos compartir este trabajo multidisciplinario entre nación, salud, desarrollo social, turismo, el gobierno de la provincia de Buenos Aires, la ciudad de Buenos Aires, los municipios de todo el país, la Cruz Roja de Argentina y la Defensoría del Pueblo, con cascos blancos y muchas organizaciones de la sociedad civil en relación a poder dar respuestas intensificadas en este detección precoz y el aislamiento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your presentation from Argentina. And just to reiterate, as every week we will send out all the presentations following the close of the session today. Now my pleasure to move to the Western Pacific and to Malaysia to introduce the Minister of Health, Dr. Adam Baba. Dr. Baba, you have the floor.
Assalamualaikum. The Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, good afternoon. First and foremost, thank you to WHO for the opportunity given to Malaysia to share our experience in responding to COVID-19 pandemic. As we are all aware, the world is facing an unprecedented challenge posed by the growing COVID-19 pandemic, and the solution to this crisis depends on global solidarity and joint effort of all member states. I would like to address the major milestone of COVID-19 in Malaysia.
Dr. Baba, Your Excellency, excuse me for one moment. We are just getting your video online. Your presentation is coming on. Okay.
Can I
apologize for that? Please proceed.
Yeah.
That's perfect from our side. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please proceed.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. I would like to address the major milestone of COVID-19 in Malaysia, where the first 3 confirmed cases of COVID-19 were reported on 25th January 2020. As of today, we have experienced 2 waves of COVID-19 infection, and the first wave was from 25th January till 15th February, involving 22 cases. And we then had a gap of 11 days where there were no new cases at all. The second wave began on 27th of February, and this is still ongoing. And we had identified our largest cluster on 11 March 2020 linked to a mass religious gathering. This cluster led to a massive increase in local cases. In order to flatten the curve, I'd like to show a slide of the summary on non-pharmaceutical public health measures implemented by the Malaysian government. First, we enforced the movement control order, called MCO, nationwide, starting on 18 March 2020. And initially for 2 weeks, this MCO was further extended for another 6 weeks in 3 separate phases that lasted until 12 May recently. The movement control order consisted of 6 main measures, where complete prohibition of movement and large gathering across the country, complete restriction on all overseas travel by Malaysian, and for those returning from overseas, they had to undergo 14 days quarantine. And initially it was home quarantine, but subsequently, due to some exercise that not abide to the SOP, starting from 3rd April, it became a mandatory quarantine in our gazetted quarantine center. Third, a complete restriction on all tourists and foreigners entering to our country. We closed all kindergarten, nurseries, and all schools, and we also closed all our higher education institutions as well as field training schools, and closure of all government and private premises except those involved in providing essential services. This MCO, movement control order, was complemented with the enhanced movement control order later, which is essentially a full lockdown of movement in a specified locality. In total, we have exercised 8 localities have been subjected to the MCO. Currently, Malaysia has shifted into the movement controller, which named conditional movement controller phase, beginning on 4th May. And this CMCO allow for a gradual opening of various economic sectors, while activities involving close contact and mass gathering are still restricted. The National Security Council, an agency under the Prime Minister Department, which lead in coordinating Malaysian response to COVID-19 pandemic, and NSC was chaired by Prime Minister of Malaysia. Ministry of Health hold daily press conferences and release the most updated figure daily for our general public. Ever since the first few days, few cases were reported in Malaysia. And Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, in partnership with Ministry of Health, are working hand in hand to address issue on fake news. A rapid response team has been established to counter fake news at the national level. And the Strategic Communication Unit under Ministry of Health also play the same role to counter the fake news and notify at Facebook and Telegram on regular basis. In order to combat COVID-19, realizing the severe economic impact of COVID-19 and the movement restriction and economic stimulus package worth Malaysian ringgit 260 billion, equivalent to USD 64 billion, was announced. This is to provide temporary income support to the people who face severe disruption to their livelihood. We had been allocated an additional ringgit Malaysia 1.5 billion to support COVID-19 related program and activities, to procure additional equipment and services, and special allowance for our healthcare workers. And this ringgit Malaysia 1.5 billion is equivalent to 4.9% of total budget for year 2030. We also received contribution, thank you, in all forms of financial, medical equipment, laboratory supplies, disposable items and other medical necessities from private sectors, NGOs, individuals, international organizations, and from friends all over the world. And Malaysia has also gained valuable insight and knowledge on COVID-19 from experts who had visited Malaysia in early May 2020. As on 4th June 2020, 8,247 confirmed cases have been reported in Malaysia, with 150 deaths and a case fatality rate of 1.39% only. Our recovery rate now stands at 79.53%. In terms of testing, our number of 18.47 tests per 1,000 population. And Malaysia has taken a targeted approach in our screening and testing for COVID-19. And this has shown a positive impact in detecting additional cases. As of 1st June 2020, we have identified several at-risk populations, which are namely those who participate in religious gathering and their close contact, students and staff of religious schools who are closely associated with the religious gathering cluster, Malaysian returning from overseas and being housed in quarantine center, Ministry of Health healthcare workers, residents of the enhanced movement control order locality and areas, traders and workers at the Kuala Lumpur wholesale market and wet market, closely linked to the wholesale market, foreign worker in the construction and security sector within the red zone, which we declare, residents and staff at aged care home, and detainee and staff at the immigration detention center. This slide shows the distribution of COVID-19 cases since the start of the outbreak until 3rd June by nationality. Cumulatively, Malaysia contribute to about 3 out of 4 infections, and the earlier part of the second wave mostly consisted of Malaysian, majority related to religious cluster. The later part consists of non-Malaysian coming from at-risk population that I described earlier. This slide shows that National Institute of Health under the ambit of Ministry of Health has developed this set of projections. The blue color curve shows the projected daily cases provided all standard operating procedures are complied, while the red color curve shows the effect of the non-compliance to the standard operating procedure. And based on our observation, new cases reported among Malaysians are due to local transmission, as shown as the black line, are consistent with the projected data. This positive impact is a reflection of measures and action taken by the government, as well as public compliance to this standard operating procedure and advisory. We remain optimistic that this positive trend will continue. We have introduced a unique mobile app that we utilize to assist our community in addressing this COVID-19 pandemic with many functionality that called My Sejahtera, MYSEJAHTERA. So this will provide some sort of hotspot tracker and many standard operating procedure to restart the economy. We have learned that as conclusion, many lessons in managing this pandemic, and most importantly, with coordinated whole of government and whole of society approach, including the great leadership of Malaysian government, we have managed to work together and made substantial contribution to combat the spread of COVID-19. As Malaysia is at the enhanced state containment phase, moving toward the recovery phase, where the main objectives are to maximize suppression of disease transmission. We have to do early detection of cases and early response to new cluster, and we introduce a targeted approach to screening. And we have been giving a priority on strategic and risk communication to the public in order to promote and achieve positive behavioral changes of the population, as well as to encourage them to adopt the new normal of daily activity. Sir, our world will never be the same again. We stand in solidarity with all member states to work together in combating COVID-19 pandemic. I hope, Malaysia hope, that we would quickly overcome all the challenges, remain strong, and together we will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Vardhan, for that presentation. It's now my honour to move to the Southeast Asian region and to Sri Lanka and to introduce the Director General of Health Services, Dr. Jessica. You have
Well, Sri Lanka, the first case was reported on 27 January. So we are living 17 weeks with COVID-19, but without social transmission. So that's the achievement that we could prevent social transmission. And we have had 1,633 cases with 11 deaths. That is CFR of 0.7%, and 823 already cured. And last community case was reported on 30th April, that is asymptomatic. I've given here other than David later, that's because we had a special situation where within the Navy camp spread the so that was a different situation. And then last symptomatic, other than Navy related, reported from 20th of April, and last Navy family member. That is the other than the Navy, the disease was contracted family members, some of the family members, but we could prevent further spread from family members to the community. So the last Navy family member reported from community was 6th May. Then we had cases, Sri Lankans in the country, 1,109, and the Sri Lankan returnees. This is a significant area that we have a lot of people working overseas. So we had 521, and we had just 3 foreign nationals contracting the disease. When you talk about Sri Lankans in the country, we got 283 from community, and we set up a lot of community quarantine centers, nearly 50, between 45 and 50 centers. I just talked about that Navy cluster produced 751 cases. So, and Sri Lankan returnees, out of 521, 471, 476 were reported from quarantine centers. Once again, earlier in the community, we got 45, that is the early stages, and then we started sending all these Sri Lankan returnees to quarantine centers. So therefore, we didn't get them in the community thereafter. And this is the curve. You could see
live serial.
There was next one was pilgrims. Basically, the pilgrims actually only one case was reported, but when we investigated, we came to know there were pilgrims in many parts of several parts of country, and the pilgrims were they went to Qatar, Malaysia, Indonesia, those countries on pilgrim groups. And then there was another cluster, and then other urban slum cluster, and then the large naval camp Valisara. And then the present problem is actually we get a lot of returnees, and they get positive. We get from the Middle East and the countries. Now you could see that every cluster we have managed to control, and then the Navy cluster, which was over 750, it is also going down, and then the major problem has been the returns from the other countries. And this is how we see when you look at the Sri Lankan map. In red, you get the cases that are within 14 days. You can see increasing to about 30th April. You could see the red area is getting increased, and then the yellow means no cases at all, and then green means there had been cases beyond 40 days. So you could see map is yellow and green. So that you can see how we have been able to control the disease. And then return is by country. We Sri Lankan Airlines basically arrange flights for our returnees, Sri Lankans who are overseas, and by now we got down 5,748, and you could see they are from various countries. The majority being from India, Australia, Kuwait, so those are them. And then we have the cases, the COVID-19, the patients going by countries that they were. The Kuwait, the highest with 337 cases being positive, persons being positive, and then UAE, Qatar, Russia, etc., etc. And the enabling factors for COVID control in Sri Lanka, we could say, one is well-established public health infrastructure covering the whole country, because this public health infrastructure is well-established for many decades, and therefore we have been able to control many diseases and eliminate certain diseases. And free health service with equitable access. We have great deal of access to healthcare all over the country, and we have a very strong ordinance, prevention and quarantine disease ordinance, dated 1897. Actually, this was introduced by British, the rulers there, and then high literacy rate, the health-seeking behavior of the public. Now, I mean, they don't stay home. They stay home, but they inform whenever they get symptoms. So that's a plus point. And we had a very high government commitment from His Excellency the President downwards. That even today we had a meeting with His Excellency on, and generally once in 2 weeks he summons a meeting on COVID-19. And then, of course, close collaboration between health sector and military sector in contact tracing now, and also making quarantine centers. Basically, majority of the quarantine centers were managed by the forces, and they had to convert various buildings into quarantine centers within no time. So the forces were able to do that. Also, now while in health sector we have the epidemiology unit and the regional epidemiologists in the country all over who are experts in epidemiological investigation, contact tracing. But there was another plus point where we could use the forces as well for contact tracing, and that I think gave dividends. If you go by the clusters, every cluster we could control. If not for these clusters would have certainly developed into social transmission. So those are the plus enabling factors. So that's what I wanted to present to you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jasinger, for that presentation from Sri Lanka. Now, my pleasure to move to the United Arab Emirates and introduce Dr. Al-Rand, the Assistant Under Secretary, Health Centres, Clinic and Public Health. Dr. Al-Rand, you have the floor. Dr. Al-Rand, you have the floor, sir. Can you start your presentation, please? Dr. Alram, you have the floor, sir. Dr. Alram, we can't hear you. Is your audio on, sir? We can't hear you. Can you check if you're muted, please? Dr. Alram, if we may, yeah. Thank you. We'll actually move to the next presentation from the Seychelles while we allow UAE to sort the issues out with our technology people here also. Okay, thank you for that, sir. It's now my pleasure to move to the African region and introduce Her Excellency the Honourable Secretary of State for Health, Lloyd. Secretary Lloyd from the Seychelles, you have the floor. Over.
Can you hear us? Can you see us?
We can hear you, Your Excellency.
Honorable ministers who are here, Excellencies, delegates, good afternoon for decisions. I will give a brief background on the number of COVID cases recorded in Seychelles and the key features of our national emergency response strategy. Do we have our presentation now?
We don't see your presentation, Excellency.
Okay, whilst we try to upload, can I continue or?
Yes, please, Excellency. We see you and hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I wanted to know whether the technical team there could upload our presentation. I was under the impression we had already sent it and it was received.
No, we don't have the presentation, Excellency.
Excellency, Bernard, could you share the slides as we practiced earlier on, please?
Okay, well, one is coming.
If you go to share the screen,
Okay, sure.
No, we can't. If you go to share the screen, click on that. We did that this morning with Bernard. I don't see Bernard in the room.
Can you see now?
We can see something, but it doesn't appear to be the presentation. If you just go through it quickly, maybe that'll be helpful.
Secretary Lloyd, may I suggest that you provide us the commentary of your presentation, and then we will share these slides when we have them. Is that? Thank you so much.
The first case was on the 14th of March 2020, and the next case was on the 6th of April 2020. 11 cases in 6 months to now, not a single new case. As a matter of public policy, for now, Seychelles hospitalizes all patients who test positive for COVID-19. We do this to provide treatment when needed, and if needed, positive patients are less likely to transmit. We also have a breakdown of the 11 cases. The cases were same number of women and men, 6 men. All the cases were associated with interested voice. The COVID threat is from outside our borders, and therefore we build a structure and process to prevent infection from crossing. We work so around 543 cases up to the middle. And then there was a revised corner. They presented these as the worst case scenario, and it is for these worst case scenarios that Seychelles has been preparing for all along. The strategy was to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and prevent community transmission at all costs. This has been successful. The key features of our strategies are deployed to prevent community transmission were or are a special emergency strategy to manage the epidemic, restriction of travel to and from international high-risk areas, rigorous testing, contact tracing, and quarantine. Good communication and community engagement, and mobilization of material and human resources through our multilateral and bilateral partners. And for that, we thank everyone. The key features again of our success, we put it down to strong political and public health leadership working in tandem. We use evidence-based decision-making techniques. We had a legal framework for all the measures that we took. And as I said earlier, the risk of communication, community engagement, and collaboration with our national broadcaster, TV and radio, and other media houses were a key part of our strategy. Also, we had a very good intersectoral and multi-sectoral collaboration locally. And as I said before, we had international support.
We also have a robust health system with very strong disease prevention and control structures and processes, and some of which was outlined on the slide. Sorry, we missed that one. Our strategy remains to prevent community transmission by detecting cases early and managing them in the same way as we have done so far. Right now, we are countries and we want to open it slowly but surely. When we do open it, we want incoming passengers to be tested. So to conclude, goes beyond the Department of Health or the health sector. As a small country, relying heavily on tourism and imports from the states, including for medicines and medical supplies, the country has been deeply affected. Working along other sectors to ensure a careful balance between the public health and the economy is now the way forward. And focus on the action of the share with others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State Lloyd, for that presentation on the situation and the response in the Seychelles. Now we'll move back to the Eastern Mediterranean region and the United Arab Emirates, and have my honor again to ask Dr. Al-Ran, the Assistant Under Secretary, Health Centres, Clinic and Public Health, for the presentation from UAE on the COVID response in that country. Over. You have the floor, sir. We need to. Can you please put on your microphone, please, Dr. Al-Ran? Thank you. Yeah. We can hear you now, sir. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Diputados, Director General, Honorable Ministers, colleagues. It's my pleasure to take you to the United Arab Emirates response to COVID-19. Is it okay to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well and see your presentation, Dr. Al-Ran. Thank you. Please proceed.
I am Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, effectively handled the COVID-19 pandemic. And here is His Excellency promise to the country. As His Excellency said, I would like to reassure every citizen and resident of United Arab Emirates that our country is permanently able to supply everyone with all food and liquid that could. This is during the response of COVID, from the start, from the political commitment and the leadership of United Arab Emirates. So the total test, PCR test, which is done within United Arab Emirates up to date is 2,168,493. The confirmed cases is 36,359. Recovery is 90,153, so 52%. The total deaths was 270 with all comorbid diseases. Active cases is 16,936, so it is 0.117%. Closed cases is 19,400, 23, or 0.02%. So, as of start, the United Arab Emirates, I would say, has already an integrated state-level emergency system led by NCEMA. This system is designed to have a high-level emergency preparedness and response for all types of emergency, including health. Activating the national plan to combat human epidemics, holding meeting of national team for emergency and crisis management, and meeting of the technical team every 48 hours from the start of the announcement that China, Wuhan, has reported the case. So a national technical advisory team for COVID-19 pandemic was established from all concerned authorities and ministers to assess the situation, recommended the procedure that need to be taken on a daily basis at all stages of the pandemic, addressing consequences and follow-up implementation of recommendations. So first meeting, risk assessment meeting, was taken on 5th January 2020, where we assessed the flight which were coming from China and especially Wuhan. So emergency meeting of the technical team to discuss the current situation of the all flights coming from China. That was on 5th January. 23rd January 2020, enhanced the capacity of detect threats. So implementing thermal scan in all airports in the United Emirates for all travelers, strengthen surveillance and health awareness, where all brochures have been distributed to all airlines coming from infected areas. As of 28 January 2020, the United Arab Emirates has confirmed its first 4 cases of Chinese citizens. To highlight the risk assessment while easing lockdown and continuing achievement recovery plans in the country. So the United Arab Emirates has taken all the public health control measures where we have closed schools, doing all PCR certain country, suspension of entry of valid resident holding visas who are outside the country. There was a total airline ban and flight ban on 25th March up to date. Drive-through national COVID screening center open all around the country. Remote working online services. National sterilization program on a daily basis. Carrying out the vaccination upon arrival at the airport before the closing of the airlines. Distance learning initiative and smart learning boards. Building so many field hospitals in the country to accommodate the cases. And United Arab Emirates have an app which is called Al-Hassan application. This Al-Hassan app that can be downloaded, facilitate access to COVID test results and individual, and to see the status of the people who are in close proximity to COVID using Bluetooth technology. International ranking of United Arab Emirates, the United Arab Emirates implemented one of the ambitious acceptable tests promoting globally with more than 20% of the population tested to date to over 2 million tests. The UAE achieved 3rd place in the world in health and safety and people satisfaction. The UAE is among the top 10 in the world in health, safety and leadership effectiveness. UAE supporting efforts to protect health and well-being globally. UAE proud to host the Dubai International Humanitarian City as a hub for global response. UAE today has airlifted more than 472 tons of medical aid, PPE, testing kit to over 40 countries. UAE has ensured food security, imposed strict price control measures to ensure essential goods remain available and accessible to all. Collaboration with the WHO, UAE committed to join WHO solidarity trials for therapeutic protocol shared the principal investigation nomination. WHO interested by SEMA in modeling studies and projection working on scenarios for the easing lockdown. The government is committed to mitigation the effect of COVID pandemic and protecting the rights of all people in UAE, citizens, residents, and visitors. There was a lot of brochure and guidelines to management of suspected travel at the seaports as well as the airport, educational guidelines for institutional to deal with novel COVID in all languages, Chinese, Arabic, English, French, all languages and all distributed to all healthcare workers and all health facilities in the United Kingdom. UAE government recognized the leadership of the frontline healthcare workers by sending a personal thank message to each one of them. And all these measures, and now we are controlling the situation, and the situation is under control. We don't have lot of intensive care cases, and even the intensive care is less occupied than before. Thank you. This is my briefing about United Arab Emirates for COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alran, for that very concise and informative presentation. With that, I would like to thank all the presenters this morning, and now, as always, we have an opportunity for questions to the presenters, and also we have, of course, technical staff here in the room if there are questions. Jude, if I may, moderate the session. Please, Jude, if member states wish to raise their hands and ask a question, please do so that on the function.
Thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong. We understand that Arlan would like to have a question posed to the presenters, so I'll give the floor to Arlan Figo. You have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the wonderful presentations. As always, I think we've all learned something new today. Our question is actually directed towards the technical staff and Secretary, just regarding some supply chain issues. We understand that the online portal to allow member states to procure PPE, diagnostics, and other equipment through the WHO system is now live, and countries are accessing this in collaboration with resident and humanitarian coordinators, which is extremely welcome. However, we have heard of a number of our partner countries encountering issues in procuring enough equipment for their national contexts, and so we'd like to know what advice WHO has for member states who find themselves in that particular situation. Secondly, we'd also be interested in hearing a bit more about how the WHO and WFP procurement system is interacting with procurement systems of other agencies, in particular Gavi and the Global Fund, and how they are being utilised in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ireland. I do not see any hands or requests for the floor. I'll yield to the chair. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jude. Just whilst we are waiting for any further questions, etc. In fact, I have a question I'd like to ask the Minister of Health from Malaysia. So if you're still online, interested in your risk communication plan and what key learnings were from that.
Yeah, thank you. Lucy, we have support from our public and apart to the standard operating procedure that we implemented and the movement control order, which we have put in place with the act to enforce, is the thing that help Malaysia combating and flattening the curve of transmission. We would like to say that with access to the PPE, personal protective equipment, which is at the first phase quite tough to get, we managed to supply to all our outlet, hospital, to the public clinic, and to the frontliner. And our government have placed sufficient amount of budget for Ministry of Health to put into the pocket of frontliners, so that they work very hard and show a very dedicated task that they have to do. And our approach on targeted to trace a contact, which we feel that all the positive cases which we have been detected, and we have managed to trace all the contacts provided with the application, and with the help of our police and national security. Hence, we would like to share our experience that we are moving very, very fast to reduce the transmissions by putting another moment controller, which called enhanced moment controller, which prevent certain location from moving in and out. That make us achieve our target to reduce the transmission and flattening the curve. We like to share more with our fellow colleagues from all over the world, and Malaysia also taking advice from members, so that we can really face together the challenge which we will meet, either with vaccine or no vaccine at all in future.
Thank you very much, Minister. Very helpful response, and thank you again for your willingness to share the learnings with all member states as we collectively fight this pandemic. We thank you for the questions from Ireland on supply chain issues. I'm going to ask Mike Ryan to take the floor to address those questions from Ireland.
Thank you for the question. With regard to the online portal for Procure PPE, first of all, we'd like to thank all. It was a very difficult situation. As you know, global supply chains collapsed, both in terms of the different levels of that chain, from the procurement of materials to make things like PPE to the production of PPE. I'm just using one example of PPE. Right the way through to the purchasing, procurement, the distribution and allocation of all of that material. But it also failed across a wide geographic area of the world. So we had two very profound failures of global supply chains right the way through this pandemic. There were also failures across different product categories. Specifically, everyone has heard about the PPE category, but also there have been severe limitations to the availability of testing equipment and reagents and other things for testing. This has been to a great extent because this is a new virus, developing new tests, validating those tests and distributing those tests is not just a supply chain issue. There's been a huge complexity in ensuring that we are only providing validated tests to countries. The third product area has been the area of other medical supplies like oxygen concentrators and other essential supplies. So in those three product categories, we work very closely with our colleagues in UNICEF, in WFP, in Gavi, in the Global Fund. We've worked with Unitaid, we've worked with FIND, we've worked with Clinton Health Associates, and we've created 3 specialist purchasing consortia across the agencies to ensure that we have been able to identify, pre-qualify, validate, pre-purchase and purchase large amounts of material in the three categories. Right now, there's over $1 billion of essential supplies in the pipeline for the period of May to August. It's also a complex financial operation in front-loading purchase authorizations in the system, and finding the ways to guarantee those purchases. And we'd like to thank organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation who worked with us, with Jane and with Raoul and others here on the purchasing guarantees that are needed to launch these kinds of purchase requests. The allocations have been made to countries based on a number of criteria, mainly epidemiologic, population-based, and many others. And all countries have been allocated supplies in the system, to which some wish to take up all of that allocation. Some are finding ways of finding materials in other ways and have not requested materials in the system. We will be able to redistribute those unused allocations then for countries who need more. And for items from which we still have a limited supply, we're negotiating with suppliers and purchasing forward to ensure maximum access for countries in need. It is complicated too by the fact that if we think about the practical issue of testing, there are many different testing platforms. There are individual kit-based testing platforms, there are cartridge-based testing platforms, you've heard of GeneXpert, and then there are high-throughput systems, which are large, complex, but are present in many countries thanks to the work of the Global Fund and UNAIDS and others, the TB program, who've been investing in high-throughput PCR testing in countries for many years. The difficulties in that have been in generating the reagents and the supplies, because as you can imagine, many countries in the world use such high throughput systems, so we're all in a very competitive market. And I think someone referred to it recently as one of the greatest knife fights in history has been around procurement and securing supplies for everybody. But again, we are working very, very closely with the Global Fund, and in particular thanks to Peter Sands and his leadership, his partnership in this with us in doing this. And this is, I have to be honest and frank on this, this has not been an easy exercise to pull this together. We all, each of the individual agencies, UNICEF, Global Fund, ourselves, have good, solid procurement systems for the functions that we have. WHO were quite good at emergency response and putting teams in the deep field and dealing with the logistics of taking vaccines to the field at -80. We work very closely with Gavi on the ICG mechanisms for global stockpiles of vaccines for epidemic response. The Global Fund are masters at getting materials and supplies into countries as they've been designed to do. But this crisis, no more than for our member states, has almost overwhelmed our individual capacities. It's only by coming together as agencies and leveraging the best that we have that I think we've managed to at least meet some, maybe not all, of the challenge in this very, very difficult environment. So with great thanks to you as member states for your patience with us as we try to fix this very difficult problem. I can only assure you that we are doing our absolute best to ensure that we get adequate supplies for life-saving interventions to you and your countries to support your response. And we just commit to continuing to do that as we move forward. The Global Fund itself is very much leading on the purchasing for Roche and Cepheid diagnostics kits, and also using our supply chain to purchase over 100 million of PPE. So again, we're using the market or the access advantage that each agency has, and then getting behind the agency best positioned to be able to secure material and supplies and move it. So we'll be very happy to maybe produce or send a PowerPoint presentation after this meeting tomorrow detailing the work and the progress on the supply chain process, and even come back and make a specific presentation on it sometime. Sorry, I've been very long on this, Tim, I know, but I think it's worth using the opportunity to thank our partners for what has been a challenging, but I think at this point a very instructional lesson in how to do global supplies in a very broken market.
Thanks very much, Mike, and yes, no issue. I think taking a little bit of time there and the importance of our partners and solidarity around this issue is not to be underestimated. Of course, I think we would very much welcome a presentation that we will share with member states, along with the presentations from the 6 countries which were presented today. With that, I thank all the presenters once again. Your Excellencies, very much appreciate you taking the time out of your day to share your experiences. All the participants online, and Jude, of course, will work with the presenters for the next session, which will be next week at the same time, 12:30 Geneva time. With that, I wish you all a very good evening, night, early morning, wherever you are in the world, and we shall see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We prepared one. We presented for your excellencies today some ideas on what can be done. This informative document and this is our strategy with my colleagues.
2019 आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति का दौर था, तो 2019 के बाद का कालखंड देशवासियों की आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का कालखंड है, उनके सपनों को साकार करने का कालखंड है। और इसलिए 21वीं सदी का भारत कैसा हो, कितनी तेज गति से चलता हो, कितनी व्यापकता से काम करता हो, कितनी ऊंचाई से सोचता हो, इन सभी बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आने वाले 5 साल के कार्यकाल को आगे बढ़ाने का एक खाका हमने तैयार करके एक के बाद एक कदम उठा रहे हैं।